Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Some good water. Okay. I don't know if I have any viewers yet, but today we are going to continue what we've been doing, which is shiny hunting Arceus. And while doing this, I will now begin by reading Herman Melville's Moby-Dick. I haven't done any narration in a while. Mostly just for YouTube videos. I hope I can still do this without any problems. Call me Ishmael. Some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse and nothing particular to interest me on shore, I thought I would sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. It is a way I have of driving off the spleen and regulating the circulation. Whenever I find myself growing grim about the mouth, whenever it is a damp, drizzly November in my soul, whenever I find myself involuntarily pausing before coffin warehouses and bringing up the rear of every funeral I meet, especially whenever my hypos get such a upper hand of me, that it requires a strong moral principle to prevent me from deliberately stepping into the street and methodically knocking people's hats off. Then I count it high time to get to sea as soon as I can. This is my substitute for pistol and ball. With a philosophical flourish, Kato throws himself upon his sword. I quietly take to the ship. There is nothing surprising in this. If they but knew it, almost all men in their degree, some time or other, cherish very nearly the same feelings towards the ocean with me. There now is your insular city. Of the Mahatos, belted round by wharves as Indian isles by coral reefs. Commerce surrounds it with her surf. Right and left, the streets take you waterward. The extreme downtown is the Battery, where that noble mole is washed by the waves and cooled by breezes, which a few hours previous were out of sight of land. Look at the crowds of water gazers there. Circumambulate the city of a dreamy Sabbath afternoon. Go from Corlier's Hook at Coenties Slip, and from thence by Whitehall northward. What do you see? Posted like silent sentinels all around the town, stand thousands upon thousands of mortal men, fixed in ocean reveries, some leaning against the spiles, some seated upon the pier heads, some looking over the bulwarks of ships from China, some high aloft in the rigging, as if striving to get a still better seaward peep. But these are all landsmen of weekdays, pent up in lath and plaster, tied to counters, nailed to benches, clinched to desks. How then is this? Are the green fields gone? What do they here? But look, here come more crowds pacing straight for the water and seemingly bound for a dive. Strange. Nothing will content them but the extremest limit of the land. Loitering under the shady lee of yonder warehouses will not suffice, nor they must get just as nigh the water as they possibly can without falling in. And there they stand, miles of them, leagues, inlanders all. They come from lanes and alleys, streets and avenues, north, east, south, and west. Yet here they all unite. Tell me, does the magnetic virtue of the needles of the compasses of all those ships attract them thither? Once more, say you are in the country, in some high land of lakes. Take almost any path you please, and 10 to 1 it carries you down in a dale and leaves you there by a pool in the stream. There is magic in it, that the most absent-minded of men be plunged in his deepest reveries. Stand that man on his legs, set his feet a-going, and he will infallibly lead you to water, if water there be in all that region. Should you ever be athirst in the great American desert, try this experiment. If your caravan happen to be supplied with a metaphysical professor, yes, everyone knows, meditation and water are wedded forever. But here is an artist. He desires to paint you the dreamiest, shadiest, quietest, most enchanting bit of romantic landscape in all the valley of the Saco. What is the chief element he employs? There stand his trees, each with a hollow trunk, as if a hermit and a crucifix were within. And here sleeps his meadow, and there sleep his cattle. And up from yonder cottage goes a sleepy smoke. Deep in distant woodlands winds a mazy way, reaching to overlapping spurs of mountains bathed in their hillside blue. But though the picture lies thus tranced, and though this pine tree shakes down its sighs like leaves upon this shepherd's head, yet all were vain unless the shepherd's eye were fixed upon the magic stream before him. Go visit the prairies in June, when for scores of miles you wade knee-deep among tiger lilies. What is the one charming want? Water. There is not a drop of water there. Were Niagara but a cataract of sand, would you travel your thousands miles to see it? Why did the poor poet of Tennessee, upon suddenly receiving 2 handfuls of silver, deliberate whether to buy him a coat, which he sadly needed, or invest his money in a pedestrian trip to Rockaway Beach? Why is almost every robust, healthy boy with a robust, healthy soul in him at some time or other crazy to go to the sea? Why upon your first voyage as a passenger did you yourself feel such a mystical vibration? When first told that you and your ship were now out of sight of land, why did the old Persians hold the sea holy? Why did the Greeks give it a separate deity and own brother of Jove? Surely all this is not without meaning, and still deeper the meaning of that story of Narcissus, who, because he could not grasp the tormenting mild image he saw in the fountain, plunged into it and was drowned. But that same image we ourselves see in all rivers and oceans. It is the image of the ungraspable phantom of life, and this is the key to it all. Now, when I say that I am in the habit of going to sea, whenever I begin to grow hazy above the eyes and begin to be overconscious of my lungs, I do not mean to have it inferred that I ever go to sea as a passenger. For to go as a passenger, you must needs have a purse. And a purse is but a rag unless you have something in it. Besides, passengers get seasick, grow quarrelsome, don't sleep of nights, do not enjoy themselves much, as a general thing. No, I never go as a passenger. nor though I am something of a salt, do I ever go to sea as a commodore, or a captain, or a cook. I abandon the glory and distinction of such offices to those who like them. For my part, I abominate all honorable, respectable toils, trials, and tribulations of every kind whatsoever. It is quite as much as I can do to take care of myself, without taking care of ships, barks, brigs, schooners, and whatnot. And as for going as cook, though I confess there is considerable glory in that, a cook being a sort of officer on shipboard, yet somehow I never fancied broiling fowls, though once broiled, judiciously buttered, and judatically salted and prepared, there is no one who will speak more respectfully, nor to say reverentially, of a broiled fowl than I will. It is out of idolatrous dotings of the old Egyptians upon broiled ibis and roasted river horse, and you see the mummies of all those creatures in their huge bakehouses, the pyramids. No, when I go to sea, I go as a simple sailor, right before the mast, plumb down into the forecastle aloft, there to the royal masthead. True, they rather order me about some and make me jump from spar to spar, like a grasshopper in a May meadow. And at first, this sort of thing is unpleasant enough. It touches one's sense of honor, particularly if you come of an old, established family in the land. The Van Rensselaers, or Randolphs, or Hardekenutes, and more than all, if just previous to putting your hand into the tar pot, you have been lording it as a country schoolmaster, making the tallest boy stand in awe of you. The transition is a keen one, I assure you. From a schoolmaster to a sailor, it requires a strong decoction of Seneca and the Stoics to enable you to grin and bear it. But even this wears off in time. What if some old hunks of a sea captain orders me to get a broom and sweep down the decks? What does that indignity amount to? Weighed, I mean, in the scales of the New Testament. Do you think the Archangel Gabriel thinks anything the less of me? Because I promptly and respectfully obey that old hunks in that particular instance, who ain't a slave. Tell me that. Well then, however the old sea captains may order me about, however they may thump and punch me about, I have the satisfaction of knowing that it is all right, that everybody else is one way or other served in much the same way, other in a physical or metaphysical point of view, that is. And so the universal thump is passed round, and all hands should rub each other's shoulder blades and be content. Again, I always go to sea as a sailor, because they make a point of paying me for my trouble, whereas they never pay passengers a single penny that I ever heard of. On the contrary, passengers themselves must pay, and there is all the difference in the world between paying and being paid. The act of paying is perhaps the most uncomfortable infliction that the two orchard thieves entailed upon us. But being paid, what will compare with that? The urbane activity with which a man receives money is really marvelous, considering that we so earnestly believe money to be the root of all earthly ills, and that on no account can a moneyed man enter heaven. Ah, how cheerfully we consign ourselves to perdition. Finally, I always go to sea as a sailor because of the wholesome exercise and pure air of the forecastle deck. For as in this world, headwinds are far more prevalent than winds from astern, that is, if you never violate the Pythagorean maxim So for the most part of the Commodore on the quarter deck gets his atmosphere at second hand from the sailors on the forecastle. He thinks he breathes it first, but not so. In much the same way to the commonality, lead their leaders, and many other things. At the same time that the leaders little suspect it, but wherever for it was that after having repeatedly smelt the sea as a merchant sailor, I should now take it into my head to go on a whaling voyage. This is the invisible police officers. Wait, what? This is the invisible police officers of the fates, who has the constant surveillance of me and secretly dogs me and influences me in some unaccountable way. He can better answer than anyone else and doubtless my going on this whaling voyage formed part of the grand program of Providence that was drawn up a long time ago. It came in as a sort of brief interlude and solo between more extensive performances. I take it that this part of the bill must have run something like this. Grand contested election of the presidency of the United States. Whaling voyage by one Ismail. Bloody battle in Afghanistan. Though I cannot tell why it was exactly that those stage managers, the fates, put me down for the shabby part of a whaling voyage, when others were set down for magnificent parts in high tragedies, and short and easy parts in genteel comedies and jolly parts in farces. Though I cannot tell why this was exactly, yet not that I recall all the circumstances. I think I see a little into the springs and motives, which being cunningly presented to me under various disguises, induced me to set about performing the part I did, besides cajoling me into the delusion that it was a choice resulting from my own unbiased free will and discriminating judgment. Hey, Haku. I love that Twitch implement their new audiobook add-on. Oh, shut up. I am hunting the great white whale, so I might as well read the book about the hunting of the great white whale. Though I'm specifically looking for his piss-colored variant. We're still on only chapter 1. I think you're the first one to join the stream. Ooh. I was able to trade what I believe may be some hacked mythicals, by the way. I got Volcanion and Hoopa. The other ones I'm missing are Zarude, Zeraora, and Marshadow. Ooh, but back to reading now. Chief among these motives was the overwhelming idea of the great white whale himself. Such a portentous and mysterious monster roused all my curiosity. Then the wild and distant seas where he rolled his island bulk, the undeliverable, nameless perils of the whale, these with all the attending marvels of 1,000 Patagonian sights and sounds, helped to sway me to my wish. With other men, perhaps, such things would not have been inducements, but as for me, I am tormented with an everlasting itch for things remote. I love to sail forbidden seas and land on barbarous coasts. Not ignoring what is good, I am quick to perceive a horror, and could still be social with it. Would they let me, since it is but well to be on friendly terms with all the inmates of the place one lodges in? By reason of these things, then the whaling voyage was welcome. The great floodgates of the wonder world swung open, and the wild conceits that swayed me to my purpose, two and two, there floated in my inmost soul, endless processions of the whale, and midmost of them all, one grand hooded phantom, like a snow hill in the air. That was chapter 1 of Herman Melville's Moby-Dick, Loomings. Next will be chapter 2, the carpet bag. Before I do that, I will take a hearty gulp of water, because my throat is fucking dry. Whew. Wonder how long I can keep this up for in this stream, where my voice gives out. I'm gonna give myself like a 2-minute break, I guess. Whilst I wait for my voice to recharge. Ooh. Oh yeah, I was gonna look. I was looking up whether or not I could get, at least through Pokemon Home, shiny Zamazenta, or any of the shiny Galarian birds. Though they're all, I mean, they're all shiny locked, of course, in Sword and Shield. So I was looking to see if maybe they had some spare event ones. But you know, a lot of them are hacked, so you gotta be careful. Did you know that Alakazam and Zamazenta are the only Pokemon to have Zam in their names? It's not a lie, it's the truth. And it is a funny truth at that. Okay, yeah, I just went through the entire thing. There is not a single shiny Zamazenta. Also, actually, that is something that I found weird. So, they gave away shiny Pokemon for playing ranked battles in Sword and Shield. With the Galarian birds and Zamazenta is Zacian. Except, they never did it for Scarlet and Violet. They never gave away, I think, any legendary shinies, except for Rayquaza now with the events. And he was only here for like a week or two. It does make me wonder if we're gonna get shiny Groudon and Kyogre next. Also, oh yeah, Haku. I actually need to call AT&T to fix Pokemon Shield. Because apparently, I didn't realize this, but some of the Pokemon from Shield, or some of the legendaries available in Dynamax Adventures are Sword only. So I need to play with someone who has them unlocked in Pokemon Sword in order to get them. Which means that I cannot afford to let AT&T to disconnect me while I'm playing online. Hey there, Mapping. How are you doing? Are you well? I am currently reading Moby-Dick. I am taking a short break because I have completed chapter 1, and my voice got a little tired. My first day of school after break, going okay otherwise? How about you? I am doing okay, other than my voice being tired. I wish to do better. Okay. I will now continue reading Chapter 2. I stuffed a shirt or two in my old carpet bag, tucked in it under my arm, and started for Cape Horn in the Pacific. Quitting the good city of Old Manhattan, I duly arrived in New Bedford. It was a Saturday night in December. Much was I disappointed upon learning that the little packet of Nantucket had already sailed, and that no way of reaching that place would offer till the following Monday. As most young candidates for the pains and penalties of whaling stop at the same New Bedford, thence to embark on their voyage, it may as well be related that I, for one, had no idea of so doing, for my mind was made up to sail in no other than a Nantucket craft, because there was a fine, boisterous something about everything connected with that famous old island, which amazingly pleased me. Besides, though, New Bedford was of late been gradually monopolizing the business of whaling, and though in this matter poor old Nantucket is now much behind her, yet Nantucket was her great original, the Tyre of this Carthage, the place where the first dead American whale was stranded. Where else but from Nantucket did those aboriginal whalesmen, the red men, first sally out in canoes to give chase to the Leviathan? Where but from Nantucket, too, did that first adventurous little sloop put forth partly laden with imported cobblestones, so goes the story, to throw at the whales in order to discover when they were nigh enough to risk a harpoon from the bowsprit. Now having a night, a day, and still another night following before me in New Bedford, ere I could embark for my destined port, it became a matter of concernment where I was to eat and sleep. Meanwhile, it was a very dubious-looking, nay, a very dark and dismal night, bitingly cold and cheerless. I knew no one in the place. With anxious grapnels, I had sounded my pocket, and only brought up a few pieces of silver. So wherever you go, Ishmael, said I to myself, as I stood in the middle of a dreary street, shouldering my bag and comparing the gloom towards the north with the darkness towards the south. Wherever in your wisdom you may conclude to lodge for the night, my dear Ishmael, be sure to inquire the price, and don't be too particular. With halting steps, I paced the streets and passed the sign of the crossed harpoons. But it looked too expensive and jolly there. Further on, from the bright red windows of the Swordfish Inn, there came such fervent rays that it seemed to have melted the packed snow and ice from before the house. For everywhere else, the congealed forest lay 10 inches thick in a hard asphaltic pavement. Rather weary for me when I struck my foot against the flinty projections, because from hard, remorseless service, the soles of my boots were in a most miserable plight. Too expensive and jolly, again thought I, pausing one moment to watch the broad glare into the street and hear the sounds of the tinkling glasses within. But go on, Ishmael, said I at last, Don't you hear? Get away from before the door. Your patched boots are stopping the way. So on I went. I now by instinct followed the streets that took me waterward, for there, doubtless, were the cheapest if not the cheeriest inns. Such dreary streets! Blocks of blackness, not houses on either hand, and here and there a candle, like a candle moving about in a tomb. At this hour of the night of the last day of the week, that quarter of the town proved all but deserted. Presently I came to a smoky light proceeding from a low, wide building, the door of which stood invitingly open. It had a careless look, as if it were meant for the uses of the public. So entering, the first thing I did was to stumble over an ash box in the porch. Ha, thought I. Ha, as the flying particles almost choked me. Are these ashes from that destroyed city, Gomorrah? But the crossed harpoons and the swordfish. This, then, must needs be the sign of the trap. However, I picked myself up and, hearing a loud voice within, pushed on and opened a second interior door. It seemed the great black parliament sitting in Tophet. 100 black faces turned round in their rows to peer, and beyond a black angel of doom was beating a book in a pulpit. It was a Negro church, and the preacher's text was about the blackness of darkness, and the weeping and wailing, and teeth gnashing there. Ha, Ishmael muttered I, blacking out. Wretched entertainment at the sign of the trap. Moving on, I at last came to a dim sort of light, not far from the docks, and heard a forlorn creaking in the air, and looking up saw a swinging sign over the door with a white painting upon it, faintly representing a tall straight jet of misty spray, and these words underneath: The Spouter Inn, Peter Coffin. Coffin, spouter, rather ominous in that particular connection, thought I, but it was a common name in Nantucket, they say, and I suppose this Peter here is an emigrant from there, as the light looked so dim and the place, for the time looked quiet enough, and dilapidated little wooden house itself looked as if it might have been carted here from the ruins of some burnt district, and as the swinging sign had a stricken sort of creak to it, I thought that here was the very spot for cheap lodgings, and the best of pea coffee. It was a queer sort of place, a gabe-intended old house, one side palsied, as it were, and leaning over sadly. It stood on a sharp, bleak corner, where the tempestuous wind, Euroclidean, kept up a worse howling than ever it did about poor Paul's tossed craft. Euroclidean, nevertheless, is a mighty pleasant zephyr to any one indoors. With his feet on the hob, quietly toasting for bed, and judging of the tempestuous wind called Euroclidean, says an old writer, of whose works I possess the only copy extant. It maketh a marvellous difference whether thou lookest out at it from a glass window where the frost is all on the outside, or whether thou observest it from the sashless window, where the frost is on both sides, and of which the white death is the only glazier. True enough, thought I, as this passage occurred to my mind. Old black letter, thou reasonest well. Yes, these eyes are windows, and this body of mine is the house. What a pity they didn't stop up the chinks and the crannies, though, and thrust in a little lint here and there. But it's too late to make any improvements now. The universe is finished. The copestone is on, and the chips were carted off 1,000,000 years ago. Poor Lazarus there, chattering his teeth against the curbstone of his pillow. and shaking off his tatters with his shiverings. He might plug up both ears with rags and put a corn cob into his mouth, and yet that would not keep out the tempestuous Euroclidean. Euroclidean, says old Dives in his red silken wrapper. He had a redder one afterwards. Pooh, pooh! What a fine frosty night! How Orion glitters, what northern lights! Let them talk of their oriental summer, climes of everlasting conservatories. Give me the privilege of making my own summer with my own coals. But what thinks Lazarus? Can he warm his blue hands by holding them to the grand northern lights? Would not Lazarus rather be in Sumatra than here? Would he not far rather lay him down lengthwise along the line of the equator? Ye gods, go down to the fiery pit itself in order to keep out of this frost? Now that Lazarus should lie stranded there on the curbstone, before the door of Dives. This is more wonderful than that iceberg should be moored to one of the mulkas. Yet Dives himself, he took lives like a czar in an ice palace made of frozen sighs. And being a president of a temperance society, he only drinks the tepid tears of orphans. But no more of this blethering now. We are going a-whaling, and there's plenty of that yet to come. Let us scrape the ice from our frosted feet and see what sort of a place this spouter may be. End of chapter 2, The Carpet Bag. Time to take another 2-minute break. My voice. We finally had our AC fixed yesterday. Ooh, but because the AC's on now, it's pumping a bunch of dry, hot air into my room. It's making it quite a bit harder to do this. Oh. You guys got any thoughts about Moby-Dick so far? This language, it's all old, really old English. So many euphemisms and synonyms and sayings that we don't use anymore. I still fully understand it, but it takes a second to discern a lot of it. Excuse me. Whew. Thing is, chapter 2 was somewhat short. Chapter 1 was longer. And holy shit. Okay, chapter 3 is twice as long as chapter 1. Wonder what he made to discern how long each chapter should be. Might actually be 2.5 times longer. I guess that is a good thing though. Chapter 4 is actually shorter than chapter 2. Hey, I mean, I'm gonna be here. I'll be reading the entire thing. Until we get that piss god. We will get shiny Arceus eventually. Again, I'll be lucky if I get it in the first 500. I'll be lucky if I get it in the first 2,000. I won't be lucky though if we go over 4,096 and we still haven't gotten a single one though. That would make me sad. Okay, I shall continue reading now. Chapter 3, The Spouter Inn. Entering that gable-ended Spouter Inn, you found yourself in a wide, low, stragglingly entry with old-fashioned wainscots, reminding one of the bulwarks of some condemned old craft. On one side hung a very large oil painting, so thoroughly besmoked, in every way defaced, that in the unequal crosslights of which you viewed it, it was only by diligent study and a series of systematic visits to it, and careful inquiry of the neighbors, you could any way arrive at an understanding of its purpose. Such unaccountable masses of shades and shadows, that at first you almost thought some ambitious young artist in the time of the New England hags had endeavored to delineate chaos bewitched. But by dint of much and earnest contemplation and oft-repeated ponderings, and especially by throwing open the little window towards the back of the entry, you at last come to the conclusion that such an idea, however wild, might not be altogether unwarranted. But what most puzzled and confounded you was a long, limber, portentous, black mass of something hovering in the center of the picture over there. Blue, dim, perpendicular lines, floating in a nameless yeast. A boggy, soggy, squitchy picture, truly enough to drive a nervous man distracted. Yet was there a sort of indefinite, half-attained, unimaginable sublimity about it that fairly froze you to it, till you involuntarily took an oath with yourself to find out what that marvelous painting meant. Ever and anon a bright, but alas, deceptive idea would dart you through. It's the Black Sea in a midnight gale. It's the unnatural combat of the four primal elements. It's a blasted heath. It's a Hyperborean winter scene. It's the breaking up of the icebound stream of time. But last, all these fancies yielded to that one portentous something in the picture's midst. That once found out, and all the rest were plain. But stop. Does it not bear a fair resemblance to a gigantic fish, even the great Leviathan himself? In fact, the artist's design seemed this, a final theory of my own, partly based upon the aggregated opinions of many aged persons with whom I conversed upon the subject. The picture represents a Cape Horner in a great hurricane, the half-foundered ship weltering there, its three dismantled masts alone visible, an exasperated whale proposing to spring clean over the craft. It's in the enormous act of impaling himself upon three mastheads. The opposite wall of this entry was hung all over with a heathenish array of monstrous clubs and spears. Some were thickly set with glittering teeth resembling ivory saws. Others were tufted with knots of human hair, and one was sickle-shaped, with a vast handle, sweeping round like the segment made the new mown grass by a long-armed mower. You shuddered as you gazed and wondered what monstrous cannibal and savage could ever have gone a death harvesting with such a hacking, horrifying implement. Mixed with these were rusty old whaling lances and harpoons, all broken and deformed. Some were storied weapons, with this once long lance now wildly elbowed. 50 years ago, did Nathan Swain kill 15 whales between a sunrise and a sunset, and that harpoon, so like a corkscrew now, was flung in Javan seas and run away with by a whale. Years afterwards, slain off the Cape of Blanco, the original iron entered nigh the tail, and like a restless needle, sojourning in the body of a man, traveled full 40 feet, and at last was found embedded in the hump. Crossing this dusky entry, and on through yon low archway, cut through what in old times must have been a great central chimney with fireplaces all round, you enter the public room, a still duskier place in this, with such low, ponderous beams above, such old wrinkled planks beneath, that you would almost fancy you trod some old craft's cockpits, especially of such a howling night, when this corner anchored old ark rocked so furiously. On one side stood a long, low, shelf-like table covered with cracked glass cases, filled with dusty rarities gathered from this wide world's remotest nooks. Projecting from the further angle of the room stands a dark, looming den. The bar, a rude attempt at a right whale's head. You think I am mapping? I actually am an author, and I've read for people in VR chat before. Whew. I will do my best to keep up the pace. Be that how it may, there stands the vast arched bone of the whale's jaw, so wide, a coach might almost drive beneath it. Within a shabby shelves ranged round with old decanters, bottles, flasks, and in those jaws of the swift destruction, like another cursed Jonah, by which name indeed they called him, bustles a little withered old man, who for their money dearly sells the sailors deliriums and death. Abominable are the tumblers into which he pours his poison, though true cylinders within, the villainous green goggling glasses, deceitfully tampered downwards to a cheating bottom. Parallel meridians rudely pecked into the glass surround these footpads goblets. Fill to this mark, and your charge is but a penny. To this a penny more, and so on to the full glass. The Cape Horn measure, which you may gulp down for a shilling. Upon entering the place, I found a number of young seamen gathered about a table, examining by a dim light divers specimens of scrimshander. I sought the landlord, and telling him I desired to be accommodated with a room, received for answer that his house was full, not a bed unoccupied, but avast, he added, tapping his forehead. You hain't no objections to sharing a harpooner's blanket, have ye? I suppose you are goin' a whalin', so you'd better get used to that sort of thing. I told him that I never liked to sleep two in a bed, that if I should ever do so, I would depend upon who the harpooner might be, and that if he, the landlord, really had no other place for me, the harpooner would not decidedly objectionable. Why, rather than wander further about a strange town on so bitter a night, I would put up with the half of any decent man's blanket. I thought so. All right. Take a seat. Supper? You want supper? Supper will be ready directly. I sat down on an old wooden settle, carved all over like a bench on the battery. At one end, a ruminating tar was still further adorning it with his jackknife, stooping over and diligently working away the space between his legs. He was trying his hand at a ship under full sail, but he didn't make much headway, I thought. At last, some 4 or 5 of us were summoned to our meal in an adjoining room. It was cold as Iceland, no fire at all. The landlord said he couldn't afford it. Nothing but 2 dismal tallow candles, each in a winding sheet. Hey, Soyd. How you doing? Whew. I need to scroll down anyway. Whew. We were fain to button up our money jackets and hold to our lips cups of scalding tea, their half-frozen fingers. The fare was of the most substantial kind. Not only meat and potatoes, but dumplings. Good heavens! Dumplings for supper! One young fellow in a green box coat addressed himself to these dumplings in a most direful manner. "My boy," said the landlord, "you'll have the nightmare to a dead sartainty." "Landlord," I whispered, "that ain't the harpooner, is it?" "Oh, no," he said, looking a sort of diabolically funny. "The harpooner is a dark-complexioned chap. He never eats dumplings. He don't. He eats nothing but steaks, and he likes 'em rare." "The devil he does," says I. "Where is that harpooner? Is he here?" "He'll be here afore long," was the answer. I could not help it. I began to feel suspicious of this dark-complexioned harpooner. At any rate, I made up my mind that if it so turned out that we should sleep together, he must undress and get into bed before I did. Supper over, the company went back to the bar-room. When, knowing not what else to do with myself, I resolved to spend the rest of the evening as a looker-on. Presently a rioting noise was heard without. Starting up, the landlord cried, "That's the Grampus's crew. I seed her reported in the offing this morning. A 3 years' voyage in a full ship. Hurrah, boys! Now we'll have the latest news from the Fijis." A tramping of sea boots was heard in the entry. The door was flung open and in rolled a wild set of mariners enough, enveloped in their shaggy watch coats, and with their heads muffled in woolen comforters, all bedarned and ragged, and their beards stiff with icicles. They seemed in eruption of bears from Labrador. They had just landed from their boat, and this was the first house they entered. No wonder, then, that they made a straight wake for the whale's mouth. The bar. When the wrinkled little old Jonah, their officiating, soon poured them out, brimmers all around. One complained of a bad cold in his head, upon which Jonah mixed him a pitch-like potion of gin and molasses, which he swore was a sovereign cure for all colds and catarrhs whatsoever. Never mind of how long-standing and whether caught off the coast of Labrador or on the weather side of an ice island. The liquor soon mounted into their heads, as it generally does, even with the errantest topers, newly landed from sea. They began capering about most obstreperiously. I observed, however, that one of them held somewhat aloof, and though he seemed serious, not to spoil the hilarity of his shipmates by his own sober face, yet upon the whole he refrained from making as much noise as the rest. This man interested me at once, and since the sea gods had ordained that he should soon become my shipmate, though but a sleeping partner one, so far as this narrative is concerned, I will here venture upon a little description of him. He stood full 6 feet in height, with noble shoulders and a chest like a coffer dam. I have seldom seen such brawn in a man. His face was deeply brown and burnt, making his white teeth dazzling by the contrast, while in the deep shadows of his eyes floated some reminiscence that did not seem to give him much joy. His voice at once announced that he was a southerner, and from his fine stature, I thought he must be one of those tall mountaineers from the Elahian Ridge in Virginia. When the revelry of his companions had mounted to its height, this man slipped away unobserved, and I saw no more of him till he became my comrade on the sea. In a few minutes, however, he was missed by his shipmates, and being, it seems, for some reason a huge favorite with them, they raised a cry of, "Bulkington! Bulkington! Where is Bulkington?" and darted out of the house in pursuit of him. It was now about 9 o'clock, and the room seeming almost supernaturally quiet after these orgies. I began to congratulate myself upon a little plan that had occurred to me just previous to the entrance of the seamen. No man prefers to sleep two in a bed. In fact, you would a good deal rather not sleep with your own brother. I don't know how it is, but people like to be private when they are sleeping. When it comes to sleeping with an unknown stranger in a strange inn in a strange town, and that stranger a harpooner, then your objections indefinitely multiply. Nor was there any earthly reason why I, as a sailor, would sleep two in a bed more than anybody else, for sailors no more sleep two in a bed at sea than bachelor kings do ashore. To be sure, they all sleep together in one apartment, where you have your own hammock, and cover yourself with your own blanket, and sleep in your own skin. The more I pondered over this harpooner, the more I abominated the thought of sleeping with him. It was fair to presume that being a harpooner, his linen or woolen, as the case might be, would not be of the tidiest, certainly none of the finest. I began to twitch all over. Besides, it was getting late, and my decent harpooners ought to be home and going bedwards. Suppose now he should tumble in upon me at midnight. How could I tell from what vile hole he had been coming? Landlord, I've changed my mind about that harpooner. I shan't sleep with him. I'll try the bench here. Just as you please. I'm sorry I can't spare ye a tablecloth for a mattress. It's a plague rough board here. Feeling of the knots and notches, but wait a bit, skirmisher. Or scrimshander. I've got a carpenter's plane here in the bar. Wait, I say, and I'll make ye snug enough. So saying, he procured the plane, with his old silk handkerchief, first dusting the bench vigorously, set to planning away at my bed, the while grinning like an ape. The shaving flew right and left, till at last the plain iron came bump against an indestructible knot. Landlord was near spraining his wrist, and I told him for heaven's sake to quit. The bed was soft enough to suit me, and I did not know how all the planing in the wood could make eider down of a fine plank. So gathering up the shavings with another grin, throwing them into the great stove in the middle of the room, he went about his business and left me in a brown study. I now took the measure of the bench and found that it was a foot too short, but that could be mended with a chair. But it was a foot too narrow, and the other bench in the room was about 4 inches higher than the planned one. So there was no yoking them. I then placed the first bench together lengthwise along the clear space against the wall, leaving a little interval between for my back to settle down in. But I soon found that there came such a draught of cold air over me from under the sill of the window. This plan would never do at all, especially as another current from the rickety door met the one from the window, and both together formed a series of small whirlwinds in the immediate vicinity of the spot where I had thought to spend the night. The devil fetch that harpooner, thought I, but stop. Couldn't I steal a march on him? Bolt his door inside and jump into his bed, not to be wakened by the most violent knockings? It seemed no bad idea, but upon second thoughts, I dismissed it, for who could tell but what the next morning? So soon as I popped out of the room, the harpooner might be standing in the entry, all ready to knock me down. Still looking round me again, and seeing no possible chance of spending a sufferable night unless in some other person's bed, I began to think that after all, I might be cherishing unwarrantable prejudices against this unknown harpooner. Thinks I, I'll wait a while. He must be dropping in before long. I'll have a good look at him then. Perhaps we may become jolly good bedfellows after all. There's no telling. But though the other boarders kept coming in by 1s, 2s, and 3s and going to bed, yet no sign of my harpooner. Landlord, said I, What sort of chap is he? Does he always keep such late hours? It was now hard upon 12 o'clock. The landlord chuckled again with his lean chuckle and seemed to be mightily tickled at something beyond my comprehension. No, he answered. Generally, he's an early bird. Early to bed and early to rise. Yes, he's the bird what catches the worm. But tonight he went out a-peddling, you see. And I don't see what on earth keeps him so late. Unless maybe he can't sell his head. Can't sell his head? What sort of a bamboozling story is this you are telling me? Getting into a towering rage. Do you pretend to say, landlord, that this harpooner is actually engaged this blessed Saturday night, or rather Sunday morning, in peddling his head around this town? That's precisely it, said the landlord. I told him he couldn't sell it here. The market's overstocked. With what? Shouted I. With heads, to be sure. Ain't there too many heads in the world? I tell you what it is, landlord, said I quite calmly. You better stop spinning me that yarn. Wait, you better stop spinning that yarn to me. I'm not green. Maybe not, taking out a stick and whittling a toothpick. But I rather guess you'll be done brown if that ear harpooner hears you a slander in his head. I'll break it for him, said I, now flying into a passion again at this unaccountable farrago of the landlord's. It's broke already, said he. Broke, said I. Broke, do you mean? Sartain, and that's the very reason he can't sell it, I guess. Landlord, said I, going up to him as cool as Mount Hecla in a snowstorm. Landlord, stop whittling. You and I must understand one another, and that too without delay. I come to your house and want a bed. You tell me you can only give me half a one, and that the other half belongs to a certain harpooner. And about this harpooner, whom I have not yet seen, you persist in telling me the most mystifying, exasperating stories, tending to beget in me an uncomfortable feeling towards the man whom you design for my bedfellow, a sort of connection, landlord, which is an intimate and confidential one in the highest degree. I now demand of you to speak out and tell me who and what this harpooner is, and whether I shall be in all respects safe to spend the night with him. And in the first place, you will be soon so good as to unsay that story about selling his head, which, if true, I take to be good evidence this harpooner is stark mad, and I have no need of sleeping with a madman, you sir. You, I mean, landlord, you, sir, be trying to induce me to do so unknowingly, would thereby render yourself liable to a criminal prosecution. Wall, said the landlord, fetching a long breath. That's a pretty long sarmon for a chap that rips a little now and then. But be easy, be easy. This here harpooner I have been telling you of has just arrived from the South Seas, where he brought up a lot of balmed New Zealand heads. Greek curios, you know. And he sold all on 'em but one. And that one he's trying to sell tonight. 'Cause tomorrow's Sunday, and it would not do to be selling human heads about the streets when folks in going to churches. He wanted to last Sunday, but I stopped him, just as he was going out of the door, with 4 heads strung on a string, for all the earth like a string of Indians. This account cleared up the otherwise unaccountable mystery, showed that the landlord, after all, had no idea of fooling me. At the same time, what could I think of a harpooner who stayed out of a Saturday night clean into the holy Sabbath, engaged in such a cannibal business as selling the heads of dead idolaters? Depend upon it, landlord, that harpooner is a dangerous man. He pays regular, said the rejoinder. But come, it's getting dreadful late, and you had better be turning flukes. It's a nice bed. Sal and me slept in air bed the night we were spliced. There's plenty of room for 2 to kick about in that bed, It's an almighty big bed, that. Why, afore we give it up, Saul used to put our Sam little Johnny in the foot of it. But I got a dreaming and sprawling about one night, and somehow Sam got pitched on the floor and came near breaking his arm. Arter that, Sal said it wouldn't do. Come along here. I'll give you a glim in a jiffy. And so saying, he lighted a candle and held it towards me, offering to lead the way. I stood irresolute, and looking at a clock in the corner. He exclaimed, it's Sunday. You won't see that harpooner tonight. He's come to anchor somewhere. Come along then. Come along then. Do come. Won't ye come? I considered the matter a moment, and then upstairs we went, and I was ushered into a small room, cold as a clam, and furnished, sure enough, with a prodigious bed, almost big enough indeed for any 4 harpooners to sleep abreast. There, said the landlord, placing the candle on a crazy old sea chest that did double duty as a washstand and center table. There, make yourself comfortable now, and good night to ye. I turned round from eyeing the bed, but he had disappeared. Holding down the counterpane, I stooped over the bed. Though none of the most elegant, he had stood the scrutiny tolerably well. I then glanced round the room, and besides the bedstead and center table, could see no other furniture belonging to the place but a rude shelf, the 4 walls, and a papered fireboard representing a man striking a whale. Of things not properly belonging to the room, there was a hammock lashed up and thrown upon the floor in one corner. Also a large seaman's bag containing the harpooner's wardrobe, no doubt in lieu of a land trunk. Likewise, there was a parcel of outlandish bonefish hooks on the shelf over the fireplace, a tall harpoon sitting at the end of the bed. Okay, I need to take a short break. My throat is very dry. There's still a bit more to go of chapter 3. Yeah, I'm fine. I just grew thirsty. My room is getting too hot. Well, I need to open my room door. Okay, I've returned. Whew. Oh, excuse me. I ate some pizza we had left over from yesterday. We got from QT. It was decently filling. Kinda wish I had something more to eat. But alas, I have nothing. I have no clue how long it'll take for my voice to recover. Ooh. Thankfully, it's getting, I guess, a little bit hotter outside. It's getting colder than yesterday. But when I woke up this morning, it was like 29 degrees. I was worried that it was going to snow. But it's hopefully not going to snow today, and it's hopefully not going to snow tomorrow. There is worry, though. If it goes back to being that cold, I don't know. That's a weird name if it's true. Dude person. Like, what kind of dad and mom would name you just dude? It's like no different than naming your child a guy. Oh, so yeah, holy shit, it really is getting really ridiculously hot in my room. I can feel my back starting to sweat up. Ugh. Okay, I think I am ready to continue in chapter 3. But what is this on the chest? I took it up and held it close to the light, and felt it, and smelt it, and tried every way possible to arrive at some satisfactory conclusion concerning it. I can compare it to nothing but a large doormat, ornamented at the edge with little tinkling tags, something like the stained porcupine quills on an Indian moccasin. Or moccasin. There was a hole or slit in the middle of this mat, and as you see the same in South American ponchos. But could it be possible that any sober harpooner would get into a doormat and parade the streets of any Christian town in that sort of guise? I put it on to try it, and it weighed me down like a hamper. Being uncommonly shaggy and thick, I thought a little damp, as though this mysterious harpooner had been wearing it of a rainy day. I went up into it, a bit of glass stuck against the wall, and I never saw such a sight in my life. I tore myself out of it in such a hurry that I gave myself a kink in the neck. I sat down on the side of the bed and commenced thinking about this head-pedaling harpooner and his doormat. After thinking some time on the bedside, I got up and took off my monkey jacket and then stood in the middle of the room thinking. I then took off my coat and thought a little more in my shirt sleeves, but beginning to feel very cold now, half dressed as I was, and remembering what the landlord said about the harpooners not coming home at all that night, being so very late. I had no more ado, but jumped out of my pantaloons and boots, and then, blowing out the light, tumbled into bed, and commended myself to the care of heaven. Whether that mattress was stuffed with corn cobs or broken crockery, there is no telling. I rolled about a good deal, and could not sleep for a long time. At last I slid off into a light doze, and had pretty nearly made a good offing towards the land of Nod, when I heard a heavy footfall in the passage, saw a glimmer of light come into the room from under the door. Lord save me, thinks I. That must be the harpooner, the infernal head peddler. But I lay perfectly still and resolved not to say a word till spoken to. Holding a light in one hand and that identical New Zealand head in the other, the stranger entered the room without looking towards the bed, placed his candle a good way off from me on the floor in one corner, and began working away at the knotted cords of the large bag. I before spoke of as being in the stranger. Sorry, of being in the room. I was all eagerness to see his face, but he kept it averted for some time while employed in unlacing the bag's mouth. This accomplished, however, he turned around when, good heavens, what a sight! Such a face! It was of a dark, purplish yellow color, here and there stuck over with large blackish-looking squares. Yes, just as I thought. He's a terrible bedfellow. He's been in a fight, got dreadfully cut, and here he is, just from the surgeon. But at that moment, he chanced to turn his face so towards the light that I plainly saw they could not be sticking plasters at all. Those black squares on his cheeks. They were stains of some sort or other. First, I knew not what to make of this, but soon an inkling of the truth occurred to me. I remembered a story of a white man, a whale man too, who falling among the cannibals had been tattooed by them. I concluded this harpooner, in the course of his distant voyages, must have met with a similar adventure. And what is it, thought I, after all? Sorry, let me redo that. And what is it, thought I, after all? It's only his outside. A man can be honest in any sort of skin. But then, what to make of his unearthly complexion? That part of it. I mean, lying around about and completely independent of the squares of tattooing, to be sure. It might not be something but a good coat of tropical tanning. But I never heard of the hot sun's tanning a white man into a purplish yellow one. However, I had never been in the South Seas, and independent of the square... Wait. Never been in the South Seas? And perhaps the sun there produced these extraordinary effects upon the skin. Now, while all these ideas were passing through me like lightning, this harpooner never noticed me at all. After some difficulty, having opened his bag, he commenced fumbling in it, and presently pulled out a sort of tomahawk and a sealskin wallet with the hair on. Placing them on the old chest in the middle of the room, he then took the New Zealand head, a ghastly thing enough, and crammed it down into the bag. He now took off his hat, a new beaver hat. When I came signing out with fresh surprise, there was no hair on his head. None to speak of, at least. Nothing but a small scalp knot twisted up on his forehead. His bald purplish head now looked for all the world like a mildewed skull. He had not the stranger stood between me and the door, I would have bolted out of it quicker than ever I bolted a dinner. Even as it was, I thought something of slipping out of the window, but it was a second floor back. I am no coward, but what to make of this head-peddling purple rascal altogether passed my comprehension. Ignorance is the parent of the fear, and being completely nonplussed and confounded about the stranger, I confess I was now as much afraid of him as if it was the devil himself who had thus broken into my room at the dead of night. In fact, I was so afraid of him that I was not game enough just then to address him, demand a satisfactory answer concerning what seemed inexplicable in him. Meanwhile, he continued the business of undressing, and last showed his chest and arms. As I live, these covered parts of him were checkered with the same squares as his face. His back, too, was all over the same dark squares. He seemed to have been in a 30 years' war, and just escaped from it with a sticking plaster shirt. Still more, his very legs were marked, as if a parcel of dark green frogs were running up the trunks of young palms. It was now quite plain that he must be some abominable savage or other shipped aboard a whaleman, in the South Seas, and so landed in this Christian country. I quaked to think of it. A peddler of heads too, perhaps the heads of his own brothers. He might take a fancy to mine. Heavens! Look at that tomahawk! But there was no time for shuddering. For now the savage went about something that completely fascinated my attention and convinced me that he must indeed be a heathen. Going to his heavy grego, or rap ball, or dreadnought, which he had previously hung on a chair, he fumbled in the pockets, and produced at length a curious little deformed image, with a hunch on its back, exactly the color of a 3 days old Congo baby. Remembering the embalmed head, at first, I almost thought that this black mannequin was a real baby preserved in some similar manner. But seeing that it was not at all limber, and that it glistened a good deal like polished ebony, concluded that it must be nothing but a wooden idol, which indeed it proved to be. For now the savage goes up to the empty fireplace, removing the papered fireboard, sets up this little hunchbacked image, like a 10-pin, between the andirons. The chimney jambs and all the bricks inside were very sooty, so that I thought this fireplace made a very appropriate little shrine or chapel for his Congo idol. I now screwed my eyes hard towards the half-hidden image, feeling but ill at ease meantime, to see what was next to follow. First, he takes about a double handful of shavings out of his grego pocket, places them carefully before the idol, then laying a bit of ship biscuit on top and applying the flame from the lamp, he kindled the shavings into a sacrificial blaze. Presently, after many hasty snatches into the fire, and still hastier withdrawals of his fingers, whereby he seemed to be scorching them badly, he at last succeeded in drawing out the biscuit. Then, blowing off this heat and ashes a little, he paid a polite offer of it to the little negro. But the little devil did not seem to fancy such dry sort of fare at all. He never moved his lips. All these strange antics were accompanied by still stranger guttural noises from the devotee, who seemed to be praying in a sing-song or else singing some pagan psalmody or other, during which his face twitched about in the most unnatural manner. At last extinguishing the fire, he took the idol up very unceremoniously and bagged it again in his grego pocket, as carelessly as if he were a sportsman bagging a dead woodcock. All these queer proceedings increased my uncomfortableness, and seeing him now exhibiting strong symptoms of concluding his business operations and jumping into bed with me, I thought it was high time, now or never, for the light was put out to break the spell in which I had so long been bound. The interval I spent in deliberating what to say was a fatal one. Taking up his tomahawk from the table, he examined the head of it for an instant, and then holding it to the light, his mouth at the handle, he puffed out great clouds of tobacco smoke. The next moment the light was extinguished, and this wild cannibal, tomahawk between his teeth, sprang into bed with me. I sang out, I could not help it, and giving a sudden grunt of astonishment, he began feeling me, stammering out something, I knew not what. I rolled away from him against the wall, and then conjured him, whatever he might be, to keep quiet, and let me get up and light the lamp again. But his guttural responses satisfied me at once that he but ill comprehended my meaning. Who devil you? He at last said. You no speaker. Damn me, I kill it. And so saying, the lighted tomahawk began flourishing about me in the dark. Landlord, for God's sake! Peter Coffin! Shouted I. Landlord, watch! Coffin! Angels! Save me! Speake! Telly me hui be, or dammy, I killy. Again growled the cannibal, while his horrid flourishing Oh, what happened? I wasn't paying attention. Where was I? Growled at Hannibal, with his horrid flourishing of his tomahawk scattered the hot tobacco ashes about me, till I thought my linen would get on fire. But thank heaven! At that moment the landlord came into the room, light in hand, and leaping from the bed I ran up to him. Don't be afraid now, said he, grinning again. Queequeg. Wait. Is that supposed to be Pequod? Or Queequeg? I don't know. Here wouldn't harm a hair of your head. Stop your grinning, shouted I. And why didn't you tell me that that infernal harpooner was a cannibal? I thought knowed it. Didn't I tell ye? He was a peddling heads around town. But turn flukes again and go to sleep. Queequeg. Look here. You say be me. I say be you. You, this man, sleep a you. You sabe? Me sabe plenty, grunted Queequeg, puffing away his pipe and sitting up in bed. Okay, where was I? You get in, he added, motioning to me with his tomahawk and throwing the clothes to one side. He really did this in not only a civil but a really kind and charitable way. I stood looking at him a moment. For all his tattooings, he was on the whole a clean, comely-looking cannibal. What's all this fuss I have been making about, thought I to myself. The man's a human being, just as I am. He has just as much reason to fear me as I have to be afraid of him. Better sleep with a sober cannibal than a drunken Christian. Landlord, said I, tell him to stash his tomahawk there, or pipe, or wherever you call it. Tell him to stop smoking in short, and I will turn in with him. I don't fancy having a man smoking in bed with me. It's dangerous. Besides, I ain't insured. As being told to Queequeg, he at once complied and again politely motioned me to get into bed, rolling over to one side, as much as to say, I won't touch a leg of ye. Good night, landlord, said I. You may go. I turned in and never slept better in my life. That is the end of chapter 3, The Spouter Inn. I could take another break. It's been an hour and a half of reading, and I've only got up to chapter 3. Honestly, feels kind of pathetic. I would have preferred we got further in. We're not even anywhere near the halfway point. I've so far read maybe like 1/8 of the book to you. Still a long way to go. But I think I need to take like a decently long break after chapter 3. Oh. All the next chapters are way shorter. So I guess chapter 3 is just the one that really took it out of me. Hey, I didn't know about that whole cannibal thing happening in Moby-Dick. That happened really early on, too. I think I'll give myself quite a bit longer of a break this time. My throat feels ravaged. Which is weird, because, like, I'm able to, like, play video games and stuff and read. I mean, I'm able to play video games and stream without my voice going too hoarse. I wonder why this is taking up so much of my time. Yeah. I wish I could do this without speaking, but then that would be a bad stream. uh... How's it going? Your phone died? It's going well. I got through all of chapter 3, but it was so long and tiring. My voice has given out a little bit. I'm also looking at some of the other people that got their shiny Arceus, and I'm feeling a little bit scared mapping. Like, some of them here are saying it took them over 200 hours, and some of the other ones are saying that, oh yes, it took me 14,738 encounters. How disturbingly long. Yeah, I don't want it to take me that long. Like, maybe I could learn how to do RNG and manipulations in this game to just force get a shiny Arceus if it gets anywhere near that long. Do. Again, though, I can't imagine this hunt being that bad, despite everything. Like, I went way over odds when shiny hunting Terrakion. I can only hope that shiny Arceus appears to me way before I have to wait for the others. Believe? I believe in my luck being horrible. That is my belief. Wow, some people are lucky. Someone said that they got their shiny Arceus after only 3 soft resets. God damn. Also, this is another way to take this though, mapping. You could say that shiny Arceus costs $60. Because the only way to get him is if you own Legends Arceus. It's a whole ass other purchase. That's like worse than DLC prices. No, that can't be. Wow, so Nokimon also did this hunt, except that he got it to struggle. How did he get Arceus to struggle? Like he should have just tossed timer balls and it would have been fine. I think. Like, at timer balls, if he's like asleep and at 1 HP, he'd be down to just like a I think it's like an 18.6% catch rate with timer balls after 9 turns have passed. Also, I'm really like hating these weirdos. Like there's all these people that keep on posting like fake Legends ZA trailers and stuff. And it's just it just really bugs me. It's like it's obvious clickbait. And yet these stupid kids are still clicking on them. I don't know, I feel bad for them. You know what? Why don't I check with ChatGPT? How long would this normally take to hunt? Just want attention? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure YouTube said that they're actually cracking down on that because they really don't like clickbait because it leads to less viewer retention. And it brings up views without actually giving viewer attention, and viewer attention matters more because that gives more chances for YouTube to give ads. Hmm. It says on average to take 57 hours to soft reset to get Arceus. Your Nintendo? I thought your Switch was broken by your siblings, wasn't it? Ooh. Hmm. I don't think I'll ever do that game. So much stuff that needs to be bought and so much stuff that needs to be spent. Ooh. I think in like another 5 or 10 minutes, my voice will come back fully. And I'll be able to... That's a rather high estimate this time. Yeah, I think my voice is coming back. I'm not feeling as tired. And again, these next chapters are going to be much shorter. Arceus. Hmm. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Did I never get you, oh shiny one? Hmm. Bum bum. Okay. I really need to pee, so I'm gonna start reading again the next chapter. And as soon as I'm done, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Chapter 4. The Counterpane. Upon waking next morning about daylight, I found Queequeg's arm thrown over me in the most loving and affectionate manner. You had almost thought I had been his wife. The counterpane was of patchwork, full of odd little party-colored squares and triangles. And his arm is tattooed all over with an interminable cretin labyrinth of a figure. No two parts of which were of one precise shade, owing, I suppose, to his keeping his arm at sea unmethodically, in sun and shade. His shirt sleeves irregularly rolled up at various times. This same arm of his, I say, looked for all the world like a strip of that same patchwork quilt. Indeed, partly lying on it, as the arms did when I first awoke, I could hardly tell it was from the quilt. They so blended their hues together. It was only by the sense of weight and pressure I could tell that Queequeg was hugging me. My sensations were strange. Let me try to explain them. When I was a child, I well remember a somewhat similar circumstance that befell me. Whether it was a reality or a dream, I never could entirely settle. The circumstance was this. I had been cutting up some caper or other. I think I was trying to crawl up the chimney. So I had seen a little sweep do a few days previous. My stepmother, who somehow or other was all the time whipping me or sending me to bed supperless. My mother dragged me by the legs out of the chimney, packed me off to bed. There was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 21st June. The longest day in the year in our hemisphere. I felt dreadfully, but there was no help for it. So upstairs I went to my little room in the 3rd floor, undressed myself as slowly as possible so as to kill time, and with a bitter sigh got between the sheets. I lay there dismally, calculating that 16 entire hours must elapse before I could hope for a resurrection. 16 hours in bed! The small of my back ached to think of it, and it was so light too. The sun shining in at the window, and a great rattling of coaches in the streets, the sound of gay voices all over the house. I felt worse and worse. At last I got up, dressed and softly going down my stockinged feet, sought out my stepmother, and suddenly threw myself at her feet, beseeching her as a particular favor to give me a good slippering for my misbehavior. Anything indeed, but condemning me to lie abed such an unendurable length of time. Now, she was the best and most conscientious of stepmothers, and back I had to go to my room for several hours. I lay there, broad awake, feeling a great deal worse than I have ever done since, ever from the greatest subsequent misfortunes. At last I must have fallen into a troubled nightmare of a doze, and slowly waking from it, half steeped in dreams, I opened my eyes, and before sunlit room was now wrapped in outer darkness. Instantly I felt a shock running through all my frame. Nothing was to be seen, and nothing was to be heard. A supernatural hand seemed placed in mine. My arm hung over the counterpane, a nameless, unimaginable, silent form of phantom. So, form or phantom to which the hand belonged seemed closely seated by my bedside. For what seemed ages, piled on ages, I lay there frozen with the most awful fears, not daring to drag away my hand, yet ever thinking that if I could but stir it one single inch, the horrid spell would be broken. I knew not how this consciousness at last glided away from mine. For waking in the morning, I shudderingly remembered it all. For days and weeks and months afterwards, I lost myself in confounding attempts to explain the mystery. Nay, to this very hour, I often puzzle myself with it. Now take away the awful fear, and my sensations at feeling the supernatural hand in mine, very similar in their strangeness to those which I experienced on waking up and seeing Queequeg's pagan arm thrown around me. With the length all the past night's events soberly recurred, one by one in fixed reality, and I lay only alive to the comical predicament. For though I tried to move his arm, unlock his bridegroom clasp, as sleeping as he was, he still hugged me tightly, as though naught but death should part us twain. I now strove to rout him. Queequeg! But his only answer was a snore. I then rolled over, my neck feeling as if it were in a horse collar. Suddenly felt a slight scratch. Throwing aside the counterpane, there lay the tomahawk, sleeping by the savage's side, as if it were a hatchet-faced baby. A pretty pickle, truly thought I. A bed here in a strange house in the broad daylight, with a cannibal and a tomahawk. Queequeg! In the name of goodness, Queequeg, wake up! Wake. At length, by dint of much wriggling and loud and incessant expostulations upon the unbecomingness of his hugging a fellow male in that matrimonial sort of style, I succeeded in extracting a grunt, and presently he drew back his arm, shook himself all over like a Newfoundland dog, as from the water, and sat up in bed, stiff as a pike staff, looking at me and rubbing his eyes as if he did not altogether succeed in extracting altogether remember how I came to be there, though a dim consciousness of knowing something about me seemed slowly dawning over him. Meanwhile, I lay quietly eyeing him, having no serious misgivings now, and bent upon narrowly observing so curious a creature. When at last his mind seemed made up, touching the character of his bedfellow, and he became, as if it were, reconciled to the fact, he jumped out upon the floor. By certain signs and sounds, gave me to understand that if it pleased me, he would dress first and then leave me to dress afterwards, leaving the whole apartment to myself. Thinks I, Queequeg, under the circumstances, this is a very civilized overture. The truth is, these savages have an innate sense of delicacy. Say what you will, it is a marvelous how essentially polite they are. I pay this particular compliment to Queequeg because he treated me with so much civility and consideration, while I was guilty of great rudeness, staring at him from the bed and watching all his toilet motions, from the time my curiosity getting the better of my breeding. Nevertheless, a man like Queequeg you don't see every day, and he and his ways were well worth unusual regarding. He commenced dressing at top by donning his beaver hat, a very tall one, by the by, and then, still minus his trousers, he hunted up his boots. What under the heavens he did it for, I cannot tell. And his next movement was to crush himself, boots in hand and hat on, under the bed, when from sundry violent gaspings and strainings, I inferred he was hard at work booting himself. Though by no law of propriety that I ever heard of, is any man required to be private when putting on his boots. But Queequeg, do you see, was a creature in the transition stage, neither caterpillar nor butterfly. He was just enough civilized to show off his outlandishness in the strangest possible manners. His education was not yet completed. He was an undergraduate. He had not been a small degree civilized. He very probably would not have troubled himself with boots at all, but then if he had not been still a savage, he never would have dreamt of getting under the bed to put them on. At last, he emerged with his hat very much dented and crushed down over his eyes, began creaking and limping about the room, as if not being much accustomed to boots. His pair of damp, wrinkled cowhide ones, probably not made to order either, rather pinched and tormented him at the first go-off of a bitter cold morning. Seeing now that there were no curtains to the window, and that the street being very narrow, the house opposite commanded a plain view into the room. Observing more and more the indecorous figure that Queequeg made, saving about with little else but his hat and boots on, I begged him as well as I could to accelerate his toilet somewhat, and particularly to get into his pantaloons as soon as possible. He complied and then proceeded to wash himself. At that time in the morning, any Christian would have washed his face, but Queequeg, to my amazement, contented himself with restricting his ablutions to his chest, arms, and hands. He then donned his waistcoat, and taking up a piece of hard soap on the washstand center table, dipped it into water and commenced lathering his face. I was watching to see where he kept his razor, when lo and behold, he takes the harpoon from the bed cover, slips out the long wooden stalk, unsheathes the head, wets it a little on his boot, and striding up to the bit of mirror against the wall, begins a vigorous scraping, rather harpooning of his cheeks. Thinks I, Queequeg, this is using Roger's best cutlery with a vengeance. Afterwards I wondered the less of this operation when I came to know of what fine steel the head of a harpoon is made, how exceedingly sharp the long straight edges are always kept. The rest of his toilet was soon achieved. He proudly marched out of the room, wrapped up in his great pilot monkey jacket, and sporting his harpoon like a marshal's baton. That is the end of Chapter 4, The Counterpane. Ugh. And I have hit over 400 encounters, so I shall now take a bathroom break. I have returned. I will be reading chapter 5, and the thing is, once I finish reading chapter 5, I think that's like a good enough stop to place for now in Moby-Dick, because my voice is getting more and more hoarse. And then we're somewhat close to 500 encounters. We're at 400. Not the worst. Let's get there. I think I started the stream off at 3:02 though. So, kind of went overboard, I guess. Yeah, let me continue now. Chapter 5, Breakfast. Nikki Mapping, you enjoy your time out with your friend. I hope you have a good day. I quickly followed suit and descending into the bar room, accosted the grinning landlord very pleasantly. I cherished no malice towards him, though he had been skylarking with me not a little in the matter of my bedfellow. However, a good laugh is a mighty good thing, and rather too scarce a good thing. The more is the pity. So if any one man in his own proper person affords stuff for a good joke to anybody, let him not be backward. Let him cheerfully allow himself to spend and be spent in that way. And the man that has anything bountifully laughable about him, be sure there is more in that man than you perhaps think for. The barroom was now full of the boarders who had been dropping in the night previous, and whom I had not as yet had a good look at. They were nearly all whalemen, chief mates and second mates, and third mates, and sea carpenters and sea coopers, sea blacksmiths and harpooners, and shipkeepers, a brown and brawny company, with bosky beards, an unshorn shaggy set, all wearing monkey jackets for morning gowns. You could pretty plainly tell how long each one had been ashore. This young fellow's healthy cheek is like a sun-toasted pear in hue, and would seem to smell almost as musky. He cannot have been 3 days landed from his Indian voyage. That man next him looks a few shades lighter. You might say a touch of satin wood is in him. In the complexion of a third still lingers a tropic tan, slightly bleached withal. He doubtless has tarried whole weeks ashore, but who could show a cheek like Queequeg, which barred with various tints seemed like the Andes' western slope, to show forth in one array contrasting climates zone by zone. Grub ho! Now cried the landlord, flinging open a door, and in we went to breakfast. They say that men who have seen the world thereby come quite at ease in manner, quite self-possessed in company. Not always, though. Ledyard, the great New England traveler, and Mungo Park, the Scotch one, of all men, they possess the least assurance in the parlor. But perhaps the mere crossing of Siberia in a sledge drawn by dogs at Ledyard did, or the taking a long solitary walk on an empty stomach, the Negro heart of Africa, which was some of poor Mungo's performances. This kind of travel, I say, may not be the very best mode of attending a high social polish. Still, for the most part, that sort of thing is to be had anywhere. These reflections, just here, are occasioned by the circumstances that after we were all seated at the table, and I was preparing to hear some good stories about whaling, to my no small surprise, nearly every man maintained a profound silence. And not only that, but they looked embarrassed. Yes, there were a set of sea dogs, many of whom, without the slightest bashfulness, had boarded great whales in the high seas, dire strangers to them, and dueled them dead without winking. Yet here they sat at a social breakfast table, all of the same calling, all of the kindred tastes, looking round as sheepishly at each other as though they had never been out of sight of some sheepfold among the green mountains. A curious sight, these bashful bears, these timid warrior whalemen. But as for Queequeg, why, Queequeg sat there among them, head of the table too. It so chanced as cool as an icicle. To be sure, I cannot say much of his breeding. His greatest admirer could not have cordially justified his bringing his harpoon into breakfast with him, and using it there without ceremony, fishing over the table with it, to the imminent jeopardy of many heads, and grappling the beefsteaks towards him. But that was certainly very coolly done by him, and everyone knows that in most people's estimations, to do anything coolly is to do it genteelly. You will not speak of all Queequeg's peculiarities here, how he eschewed coffee and hot rolls, applied his undivided attention to beefsteaks done rare. Enough that when breakfast was over, he withdrew like the rest into the public room, lighted his tomahawk pipe, and was sitting there quietly digesting and smoking, with his inseparable hat on, when I sailed out for a stroll. That is the end of chapter 5, Breakfast, and I shall not read any more, lest my voice go hoarse. What? 2 inches of snow on Friday? That doesn't seem good. I did not mean to press R. Okay, I think I'll try to do this optimally for now. Maybe I'll actually try to get it to 600, I guess. That wouldn't be bad. white. Hey, Mauro. You kind of missed the first 2 hours of this where I was just reading Moby-Dick. Whew. I'm also growing rather hungry for, like, barbecue chips or something. I just hunger so much. $120, that's pretty good. I'm gonna try to get to 600 encounters today. So 300 in total, because the stream started with 300. It's still a lot, though, I say. Because, like, even, like, when I do this as optimally as I can, it takes 40 seconds with every reset on Arceus. Also, Moro, I learned that quite a few of those legendaries in Dynamax Adventures are version exclusive. So I'll have to play with someone that has Pokemon Sword in order to get, like, Zekrom and stuff. No, but I didn't know. That's what I'm saying. So I'll have to worry about finding someone with Pokemon Sword to get the missing ones. So I think what I should do is I think I'll finish every single one that's available in Shield, and then I'll start playing with someone that has Sword. And just, like, save each one. Random encounters? Well, you can't get them in random encounters unless they, You can't get them in random encounters unless you're doing it, you know, like, with Wi-Fi on and just going through, like, random people joining them. Yeah, I'll have to join off with someone else. Or, you know, again, like, I've got viewers that play Pokemon, that have Pokemon Sword. So, like, they could assist me. I'm just so hungry. I've got pizza. I could go downstairs and, like, cover my old pizza in water just to rehydrate the cheese. Get some sweets, some candy. Delicious. This one? What? You have power, you say. Yeah, that you're a random person on the internet. What reason do I have to believe anything you say? What reason do you have to believe anything I say? Do, 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 do. What? Floating red eyes? What does that even mean? Yeah, based on Red Eye's Darkness Dragon. Yeah, we already talked about this before. Did you forget? Everyone lies. The thing is, lying is not inherently bad. It just depends on the... what's the word? It depends on the moment? What's the correct word for this? Context, that's what it was. Cookies, no, context. I mean, I like macadamia nut cookies with the white chocolate, but there's like no decent way to get them. See ya. You be safe on your trip to the shop. Hey Ryan, what's up? How are you doing? Do you have to go in the battle if you want to be shiny? Yeah, you have to. Well, you have to wait till the electric animation ends. Well, so you did miss it, Ryan. I was I was I was reading. I was reading Moby-Dick at the beginning of the stream. Were the entire time? Warren streaming? What? Oh, you're saying you were bored the entire time I wasn't streaming. Whew. But yeah, the first 2 hours of stream, I read the first 5 chapters of Moby-Dick, and I got very, very tired in my voice. So I decided that I'll only do 5 chapters a day, because I just cannot continue. My voice just couldn't handle it. And I'm trying to get to 600 encounters today. Huh?
Working on.
Hmm. Garlic bread and it's very burnt. How do you burn garlic bread? That stuff takes like a lot longer to burn as well because of the garlic sauce. Oh, on the bottom. I see. What's your favorite breakfast? Mine is sous vide egg bites. I still need to try to make them for myself again. Never heard of it? Really? They have them at most Starbuckses. They're very delicious. Well, I don't go to Starbucks either. I only went to them because they had food, and I was a hungry college student. Do, 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 do. Guess my age? Not like I haven't said it multiple times on stream. It's not something I hide. I have no reason to. Mm-hmm. Nope. I mean, if you want to, I don't care. It's not. It's like it doesn't matter to me per se, Ryan, because you're a viewer, you're a fan, you enjoy watching. I won't tell you to like leave or anything, Ryan, but again, my content's not made for kids. I talk about a bunch of stuff randomly. Some of it's rather dark and depressing, and not meant for people your age. Ooh. Again, I'm not trying to force you out or anything. Just a warning. Yes, but people stay kids until they become 21. Or at least in my case, I didn't really feel like an adult of any kind until I hit 21. I wanna eat something. I hunger deeply for things. Not entertaining enough. I need to talk more and stuff, but now that I finished reading Moby-Dick's 5 chapters, I feel very freaking tired. I want popsicles and ice cream. It's just I haven't had ice cream or popsicles in a bit. At least when my mom went to go buy food, she couldn't find any. But yeah, this stream's gonna go on for like probably over 5 hours. Cause I'm only like I'm not even like halfway done with this. Cause I need to get like so I started at 300. So being halfway done to 600 would be 450. I'm still 13 encounters away from that. Also, just so you know, like some people have had really awful odds with this. There's a guy on YouTube that said that he got like 11,000 encounters before he got his shiny Arceus. I mean, it's not even gonna be hard to catch. That's like the worst part, because I saved my Master Ball all game for this. Bum 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 bum. I'm not saying that I don't have to get in with that. I can always just use a timer ball. That's not a problem. I'm just saying like it's not gonna be a hard catch for me. It'll be easy. Do, 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 do. Whew. There was a guy on YouTube who also got the shiny to appear, but it struggled to death, just like what happened to him with my Terrakion. Mm-hmm. Oh yes, that video. Yeah, you can just constantly heal him to stop him. But heal pulse only has so much PP. I know I think I'll get it. Probably somewhere around the 2,000 mark is my guess. It will take a very long time either way. That's why I'm not so worried, Ryan. I'm like half paying attention to this. It's just a really long matter of time. And why I'm still annoyed, because like the expensive streamers, they just owned like 3 copies of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. So they just or they own 3 Switches, so they could just do it all 3 at once. I mean, the only flavor water has is the temperature. There's no real taste to it. And milk is great, though whenever I heated it up, milk tasted awful. Unless, of course, it was in hot, delicious chocolate. I mean, you could technically follow on Twitch. Ugh. I don't force anyone to make a Twitch account just to join me. Oh, Twitch's the platform. I'm a multi-streamer. No, Twitch is specifically for video game streaming, but lately they've been just like a bunch of like just women sitting in hot tubs streaming. It's other stupid shit like that. I can't even call the moderators for Twitch what they are because they banned the word. So my stream will go down if I call them names. It's so annoying. Okay, halfway done now. Mm-hmm. I think I'll get it at 500. I think I'll get it at 2,000. My luck was awful. I doubt I'll get it at a good. Cobalion? Yeah, but Cobalion had the shiny. Are you thinking of Drakion? Or because if you're thinking about Cobalion, you have to. I think you're forgetting that Shiny Charm was working on Cobalion. So it was 1/3 the odds. It was like much better. It's not the same. New kicks? What does that mean? Kicks? Is that like a word for shoes? Gotcha. I've never been one for shoes. I usually just pick like a decent. My parents pick me a decent pair, but you should really care about them. Okay, see you soon. Hmm. Hi, back. I'm dead. I'm still at 500. Everything is very quiet. I'm still hungry. I see. I'm guessing you took the vacuum cleaner? I was looking through my Pokédex, and apparently I'm only missing 47 Pokemon in order to complete my Pokemon Home Dex. 3 of them are, like, mythicals, but they don't actually count towards getting Magearna. And what's the other ones that I'm missing? Like, I knew what it was missing. I'm missing, like, a bunch of mid-stage evolutions for Pokemon. Like, it's, like, Nidorino, Quilladin, and things like that. Well, I'm not planning on finishing it for a while, at least. I've got to get, I need to get a... I gotta focus on getting all these shiny legendaries before I can try to attempt to get that. Hmm? I mean, I finished the decks in Pokemon Shield and in Pokemon Violet. I'm talking about for Pokemon Home, though. I haven't finished it. Gen 9? When does Gen 9 take place again? Oh. Uh... Hmm. Let me look it up. I need to look up at like a list of this. My favorite one. Hmm. 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 It's either gonna be Ceruledge or Skeledirge, I guess. I like a lot of the new Pokemon, but none of them are like super well appealing to me. Which is a little bit odd for me now that I think about it. Because like every other previous gen, there was like certain Pokemon that I knew I loved way more than the others. Like Gen 1, I love myself my Charizards and my Dragonites and Dragonairs. Gen 2, I loved Typhlosion. I loved my Bayleaf and Meganium. Oh. Gen 3, I love Flygon. I loved Sceptile. Scizor? Well, I like Scizor, but I wouldn't say like I love him. I'm talking about like specifically like Pokemon that I love. Like I like absolutely adore. Oh yeah, I guess Gen 2, like Flaffy. I love Flaffy. So adorable, so cute. Gen 4. I love Torterra. I like Infernape a lot still. I love Palkia. What other Gen 4? I really like Roserade, even though I still haven't used it in any of the games. And I know I'm forgetting more, but I can't think of anything offhand. I feel like I didn't mention Porygon, not well, the Porygon Z I love, as well as Lucario. And then Gen 5, like all these gens, I have like so many Pokemon that I know that I love just immediately, but like when it comes to this, like with Scarlet and Violet, like it's Skeledirge and Ceruledge, but like I can't really think of much. Like, and none of the designs are bad or anything. I quite like a lot of them, but I don't have any like love for most of them at all. I think most of them are funny and goofy. Like Orthworm. Like I love my Orthworm, but I don't particularly like his design. I just think he's dumb and funny. He's a silly earthworm. I don't think he's cool. And I feel that way about pretty much every Paradox Pokemon as well. Like, I think Koraidon looks cute, and I love Miraidon. She's my baby. But, like, even then, it's like... It's not like one of my favorite legendaries or anything, you know? Yeah, really just can't think of much. So, I don't know what's up with this Pokédex order. Why are Iron Leaves and Walking Wake, like, higher up than the other Pokemon? Like, why are they away from Iron Crown, Iron Boulder, Raging Bolt, and Counting Fire? Should all be in the same area. Also, Haku, I know we discussed this before, about how we need an item to lower IVs, but you weren't completely sure other than, like, lowering attack. I actually did have, like, another moment with that. Like, because of Paradox Pokemon, you can't breed them. So, when I wanted to, like, lower one of their, like, attack stats a bit, so that I could get, like, the speed to be boosted by boosted energy. But it just wasn't possible without... So I just had to catch one with the exact IVs I needed. I really do wish that we had a way to do it. Yeah, that was a great stretch. Felt real nice. Do, 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 do. That sounds like a dumb name for a handbook. But is there even a reason to get handbooks anymore? Like, all the knowledge you'll need is just Googled at your fingertips. Though it is still a nice gift of them, because they wanted to give you something Pokemon related, because they know you like it. Like, after my parents bought me and my brother Pokemon cards, after a while they just stopped buying it for us, saying that they bought enough of them and that we didn't need any new ones. Which, I think about it as an adult, that was always a stupid fucking answer to give us. My parents never stopped buying, like, dumbass purses and garbage makeup and shit. But you didn't see us complaining, because we're just kids. At the same time, though, I'm glad that we didn't actually buy more Pokemon cards. They're just pieces of cardboard. Okay, more and more nowadays, I've thought about selling all of the ones that we got. Like, I don't need them for anything. And, like, the only card that I loved, my brother had, he gave it to one of our friends. He lost it. It was a, one of those old Sceptile cards. The holographic background. Something that I still need to do. Haku, you might have to do it with me. We need to rewatch the first Pokemon movie, but in Japanese. Because for the English version of that movie, they cut out like the first 10 or 15 minutes of it. Because they thought it would be too bad for children to talk about death and the sadness of it. Even though it was very important to the plot of that movie. Because that's the whole reason why Mewtwo is confused and feels like he lost something. Stumps! Man, I love you, Stumps. I wonder what I'll do with them. I might just keep them in the save file. The first one? It was good, it was good. I still think my favorite Pokemon movie is the Darkrai one. Not the best plot, at least, in my opinion. You never watched it. That's kind of sad. It's the best one. I mean, you know, there's always ways to watch it, quote unquote, legally. I don't actually know if there's a legal way to watch the first Pokemon movie. Because I know they replaced it with like that 3D animated one on Netflix that I hate. I don't even know why they remade it like that. Like the first movie is still great looking. Like it's got that old anime aesthetic that people love and miss. Like me. Also, Haku, did you look at the Smeargle that I sent you? You understand what his purpose is, right? I own it on VHS, and I still have all those commercials that come up at the beginning of it. But I'm not going to watch it on VHS anymore. It's just too much effort. I'll just watch it on my completely legitimate website. Completely legitimate. There is nothing wrong with that website. Well, that's the 500th encounter. Looks like you were wrong, Ryan. No shiny yet. Will it ever appear? I wonder. Do 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 do. Sure you did, Ryan. Sure. Sure. Definitely. Yeah. Again, though, I'm just hoping to get it at 2,000 or something. Like, it takes... Remember, like, without the shiny charm, it's like 3 times the odds worse. So, like, say it took, like, 500 for me to get... Like, close to 500 for me to get Cobalion. So you could say it's going to take close to 1,500 for me to get Arceus. If I'm lucky. And if it gets, like, way past 4,000, I could try to learn RNG manipulations to do this, but... doing it on a modern generation game is very difficult. I'm not gonna stop at 4,000. I'm gonna stop when I get him. This is the god of all Pokemon. I want him. He's the only shiny that I need. I mean, I do want shiny Regidrago and Regieleki. I wish there was an easier way to get them, though. Yeah, I mean, technically the easier way is to freaking play Pokemon Go. I'm not gonna play that. They haven't even been available for a long time. Like, Pokemon Go events happen so infrequently. It's like what they got going on right now. It's like Palkia and Mega Glade. 2 Pokemon that can easily shiny hunt. Another problem that I have is since I don't do, like, when I do raids against them, it's so infrequent. So when I try to throw the Pokeballs using it, I usually miss. Oh. I'm used to tossing the legendaries because they're like a lot further away than normal Pokemon would be at. I think the last one that I got that I failed to catch was Latias. I did get one Pokemon from a raid successfully. It's my Tyranitar. It was a Mega Tyranitar. So I guess Haku left. I wanted to hear what he thought of my dumb Smeargle set. It's gonna snow on Friday. I'm not looking forward to it. Ugh, my throat. Less than 100 more to go for today, before I end the stream. I should hopefully only take an hour. No, that was probably gonna take more. Probably like 2 hours. Guess I could try going a little faster. Ugh. It'll be full odds, so it'll be the same odds as what I'm doing now. It'll take you at least a week, on average, to get that shiny Zubat. If that is what you plan to do. If so, I wish you luck. I know I'm not gonna try. Shiny Zubat, and, well, I guess specifically like Golbat, it's really easy to get in the modern games, because like in Legends Arceus, you can easily get them from outbreaks. Yeah. Yeah. May RNG be on your side. As soon as this is done, I don't have to deal with Brilliant Diamond anymore. Unless I don't know, I guess I could still try to shiny hunt some Pokemon in Brilliant Diamond. Specifically for Pokemon that aren't available in Sword and Shield to hatch. Which there are a couple. There's quite a few different Pokemon that I need to do that for. Shiny Wingull. I mean, if you never played Scarlet and Violet, I guess that makes sense. If you're playing on Platinum, actually, full odds in Pokemon Ruby. I see. But if you're playing Pokemon Platinum, you can RNG manipulate to get your shiny Zubat, though. You just have to figure out what the seed is. And just another reason why Nintendo wants to get rid of Pokemon Bank and stop transferring DS Pokemon over to the Pokemon Home. Because people can figure this stuff out pretty easily. Do 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 do. Yeah, get yourself that Crobat. I think Sootbell exists in Gen 4 as well, so it'll be easier to evolve in that gen at least. It didn't, no, not think about it, it didn't actually take that long for Golbat to evolve in my playthrough of Brilliant Diamond. I've still got Succubus on my team as well. I see your comments immediately. What are you talking about? It's not that I don't see them immediately, Ryan. It's that there's a bit of stream delay before you can see my response. No problem. It happens. I forget about stuff all the time. It's just a part of growing up. Things are forgotten. Sometimes they're better left to be forgotten. Oops. It's one of the reasons that I feel bad for Like robots, if they ever exist one day, and they gain memories. If they're not allowed to delete them, they're gonna be stuck with a bunch of horrid shit on their stuff. Oops. I was scrolling around by mistake. I've noticed on this controller there's like a particular spot where my analog stick can just stay in place. How strange and odd. What do you mean you trademark him? Actually, something I want to do. I kind of want to add a border to the text. I like the font. Background color. No. Vertical alignment. No. Opacity. Strikeout. What does that do? No. Bold, italics, size. Ah, this stuff works for me. I don't know. There's no, what's it called? There's no outline colors available, at least through OBS, it seems. Change the color. And can background color work? What does this do? I don't see any change. Oh, the opacity. That's not... That's all the way down. That's not what I want. I just want, I just want the numbers themselves to be outlined. Oh, there we go. Did I find it? Outline color. Select color. Black. Yes. Outline size 2. Make it like 8. That's still too thin. 40. Hmm. I can't see the outline when the background is black. Pokemon music? Uh, hmm. I really like Cynthia's theme a lot. But I think the one that I've listened to most was one of the lake themes. Let me look it up real quick. Beautiful music playlist. There's Scarlet and Violet's playlist. There's the Sword and Shield DLC music list. Hmm. I'm really having to scroll far down just to find this. I got to the Persona 5 music. Still nowhere near the Pokemon music, though. Yeah, that's also good music. The, oh, welcome back, Moro. The music from Black and White when you're at 1 HP. At, like, the Grand whatever. I don't remember if it was against the champion or something else. That music's always good, but not my favorite. Yeah, I wish that the other games had, like, a one hit point, it's down to the wire kind of noise. It feels so hype. I see, Ryan. I still not near the list? Where the heck is it? I'm looking for my favorite piece of Pokemon music. In Pokemon Go? Yeah, Pokemon Go has got way better odds. Actually, funnily enough, the odds in Pokemon Go are very, very similar to the odds of finding a shiny Pokemon in Legends Arceus. Like, they're usually like around like 1 out of 623. Which is way better odds than normal. Like, it's almost like the same. Like, it's close in odds to there's like hatching eggs. The pseudo method. Yeah, with the outbreaks, it's even easier. Like, honestly, the hardest part about Legends Arceus for me was keeping enough money or, like, farming enough material to make enough Pokeballs to catch all that stuff. I'm still scrolling through music. When did I listen to this? I don't really like the Gym Leader remix, or the Gym Leader battle themes in Sword and Shield. They were very hype. Thing is, I only like the beginning of them. But the other, like, half, I didn't quite like as much. Hmm. I'm getting earlier in my playlist, but I'm still not quite there. Oh, there we go, finally. The Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl Lake Valor remastered. That's my favorite Pokemon song, I think. I mean, it's just a playlist. It's over 1,000. And no, I will not share it. It's from my personal, what's it called? It's from my personal YouTube channel, not connected to my main one. Just being sure is all. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hmm. Okay. Talk to you later, Ryan. I noticed out normal Pokemon and Dynamax are always best bet. I mean, pure normal? Why? It would. The reason why normal is not good, Morrow, is because they have very few resistances. You'd rather have a bunch of resistances than just be neutral to everything. You know, normal also doesn't hit anything for super effective. Yeah, but they don't have stab bonuses because they're normal types on those super effective moves. And Dynamax, not in general? Also, still not a good thing because, like, you'd rather have stab on those moves still, so you do extra damage. And again, normals Pokemon don't have stab. No, stab is 50%. What are you talking about? And even then, like, at 30% would still be a boost. It damaged by a lot. Normal's really not a good type to have unless you've just got, like, ridiculous stats that make your typing good. Like, the reason why Chansey and Blissey are good is because they're normal. They're only weak to fighting, which there are barely any Pokemon that get special fighting moves that are decent. And they have so much HP and special defense that their lack of having like a decent resistant type doesn't matter because their stats make up for it. But most normal types don't have that. Most of them just stink. And the reason why like the few like good normal types like Mega Kangaskhan, it had a broken ability. And even it's like its normal version, normal Kangaskhan with Scrappy was scary to deal with. Are you talking about for Pokemon Go? No, and Shield. Again, you'd still rather have Pokemon that have resistances. But I mean, if you're playing with, like, AIs, though, you can't really choose what they get either. So, like, the best you can do when you're playing with bots like that is to try to go on the path that has, like, the Pokemon with the most amount of resistances and, like, the path with the least amount of Pokemon that have weaknesses to that. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay. Okay, I'll speed this up a little bit. Do they not have good mons? I mean, Poliwrath is good because he has water absorb. So he's great against anything that has water moves, like Suicune or Palkia. Ugh. Or Kyogre. And then the reason why some of the other ones are good, like Pangoro, like he's got like coaching. And he's a dark fighting type. So he has like a 4 times resist to something who I forget what it is. Oh hey Mad. Demos. That's true. There are a lot of powerful psychic legendaries. But there are plenty of like the other ones that are still good. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Pangoro is really good against that one dark type legend. Like he 4 times resists Yveltal, but not his flying moves, sadly. I got him a couple times. He doesn't. I mean, it's all random anyway, Maro. Yeah, I'm hungry. I have pizza downstairs. I need to eat. Demos. I mean, there are like if you like disconnect from the internet, you get to keep you get to keep the you get to keep the thing. But yeah, like if you get like a better run with like better mons, you can just like disconnect and keep it. But eventually you'll have to pay ore to keep going. And it's not good to do either. uh, my favorite Doritos used to be Cool Ranch Doritos, but something happened to them. Like, they taste awful. Like, well, it's not, they don't taste awful now, but like, they only use like 1/4 the amount of powder that they used to. So they just don't taste good or like they used to at all. It annoys me. I also don't like that normal Doritos get my hands all goddamn cheesy. Oh, the sweet chili ones? I tried those. I didn't like them. Impostable. This feels impostable right now. I already have Shiny Mimikyu. I don't need any more. Rhydon and Marowak. I mean, why Marowak, though? Marowak's not a rock type, though, so it doesn't resist his fire moves. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's ground. He's not even rock. Is there no other rock type? Actually, isn't Like, what about Lycanroc? I'm pretty sure his dust form is there. It hits without any stats for like 1/5 of his life with Bone Meringue. I think it's because Bone Meringue's his signature move. It's pretty good. Like most of the other moves that they give the Pokemon that you get like are really low powered poo poo. Enemy Mons and Imax that are strong ground rock type moves with their signatures. I see. I kind of wish Empoleon was available there. I mean, Azumarill would probably be best, though. Immune to the dragon moves, resist the fire moves. But it doesn't actually have any super effective moves against Reshiram, though. Because Reshiram's dragon and fire resists both fairy, and then the dragon resists the water. Too slow? What does slowness have to do with anything? It's Dynamax Adventures. The bots? But they move before you, don't they? I see. Yeah, that is a time sink. You need to focus on just killing, not really resistance. I mean, the thing about Butterfree that might be good is that it can put them all to sleep. Like a compound eye sleep powder, hopefully. But I still wouldn't bring it, though. Like, Butterfree's stats are ass. It'll die very quickly. I show speed online? Thank you for following. Why wasn't there a thing that popped up? Are you following? That's not right. Oh, hey there, Alan. Still hunting God. I read Moby-Dick for 2 hours in the first, well, 2 hours of the stream. My voice got really hoarse, so I stopped doing it, though. I think I can only do, like, 5 chapters a day without ruining my voice. At least when speaking. I don't know, like 2 years ago? 3 years ago? 4 years ago. Yeah, I'm a multi-streamer. Ooh. I'm expecting this hunt for Arceus to take a week or two. Ooh. Go ahead. I am here to converse. You can leave if you want. I am not interested in anything. I do not take any commissions from people like you. This is not a place for solicitations. No, you can fuck off. I have no solicitations, but it's on my Twitch side only. It's not on here. God damn it. But no, I don't like people like you. Please leave. Eradication. Anger. I'm used to those bots and like those fake, or I don't think if they're bots, they might actually be real people. They're all just like a bunch of dickbags that try to solicit. I've had to deal with so many of them on Twitch. That's why I added no soliciting in my Twitch like rules. Is it real people? Yeah, they're just a bunch of scammers. They prey on smaller creators. Uh, yeah, that's one of the things that I don't like about YouTube chat is that you can't add your own personal rules still. So I can't say no soliciting. It really is going to take almost exactly 6 hours to get 300 encounters. That means it takes... That means I get like 50 encounters every hour. Which isn't the worst, but isn't the freaking best either. So going by the odds though, Morrow, if you don't get shiny Reshiram today, you should get it tomorrow, most likely. Sometimes I play only like 1 hour a day. For work, I'm doing more work. Ah, endless work. Sounds awful. Huh? I could really go for some chicken wings. The boneless kind. Hey, Night Kitten. What up? Playing some shiny hunting? I'm going for like 4 rounds of Pokemon Snap photo shoot. Nice. I remember that, so I don't know about the new Pokemon Snap, but in the old Pokemon Snap, at the end of it, you get Mew, which you then transfer over to, I think, like Pokemon, what's the word? Pokemon, Stadium 2, and then you can transfer it over to your other Pokemon games. But it's not, like, you can't transfer it any further than that, of course, because, like, Gen 2 doesn't transfer to Gen 3. I see. Ugh. What you been up to, Nightkin? Anything exciting? Or even just mundane? Shiny Mew? Pokemon Go. That's literally it. There's no other way. Nothing exciting, really? That's okay. It's okay to have, like, just peaceful days. We live in times of peace. We don't have to worry about food or water. For most of us, at least. Yeah, that's the point of Pokemon Go. It's so heavily monetized, and that's where they make a lot of their other money. It sucks. And like they have incentive to keep them shiny locked because of Pokemon Go. And as I mentioned before, I hate Pokemon Go because of that reason. Because like there's a bunch, like their events don't happen often enough. Like Regidrago, Regieleki, Genesect. I don't even know when the last time Genesect came up in raids. And shiny Genesect that was in the movie. Nikin, you do know that like all of those entries were by that quack scientist who didn't know how to put fossils together, right? Like none of those entries are real because we never actually got the actual Pokemon. We only got bits and pieces of them. Who knows when we'll even see the actual ones? Also, no, they wouldn't be true because the whole reason she says those things is because she improperly places them. So she's like, oh, this one's mouth goes up, so how did it breathe? Oh, excuse me. Appear before us, O piss god. Do. uh, I don't remember if I said this already, but I finished watching an anime called Pluto yesterday. It was very much like Astro Boy, like a prologue to Astro Boy. The mystery was very intriguing. The only problem I had with it was the ending. It was very rushed. The last episode only, though. All the other episodes were fine. Do you want to catch Arceus? Oh yeah, he's just gonna be in a Master Ball. I'm not gonna risk him struggling to death like the others. Besides, no other ball fits his colors. Him being gold and whatnot. There's no equivalent to gold and black. Like, the closest you get is a luxury ball, but even then, it's got, like, red highlights. That's, like, luxury ball is the only one I can think of. I mean, I could try putting him in a luxury ball with the Jinx. I actually need to try, seeing how much damage he takes from Torterra. He's not gonna eat the Master Ball, Haku. Also, Haku, did you understand that Smeargle set that I showed you? Let's see, how much damage does Earthquake do? What? That does like nothing! I'm like 6 levels below him. Why is he so tanky? He has Recover? Okay, I'm glad I learned that now. Well, that is funny to me. Okay, so the whole point of it's just like a blueprint. It's to make either Reshiram, Zekrom, or one of like Kyurem White or Kyurem Black have their Fusion Bolt slash Fusion Flare always be 200 base power. Hello. What's up? Yeah? Some other day. We still have pizza. We still have some pizza. I will. I will. Yes, Mom. Okay. Bye, Mom. Yes, Mom, I can see it. Sorry, I was talking to my mom. Oh yeah, true. If only Smeargle doesn't have the stats it currently has. Well, again, it's not meant to damage anything itself. It's meant to just be faster than and power up the others. I was also thinking about like what other moves like you could give like Smeargle like Stone Axe as well as Ceaseless Edge, which while they don't get the sharpness boost, it is funny that he can both set Stealth Rocks and spikes while breaking sashes. Smeargle isn't. It's Parasect, I think. Or he would be if he had, like, he isn't like Hypnosis or something. The reason why he's better than Smeargle is because he gets Damp as his hidden ability. So he's great for catching Pokemon. Even though he's 4 times weak to Fire and Flying. There's no issue with catching Ghost-type Pokemons. I use Breloom. Yeah, I use Breloom too, because Parasect isn't even in Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet are fun. Do they ever explain why, like, Arceus has these weird, like, neck things coming out of his neck? They're just, like, random triangles. Like, it looks like he ate a bunch of triangles. Just stuffed them down his throat. They're poking out. Does it have hands? What? Ultimate Chaosmon. He is a Digimon whose design is very freaky. Really? I really don't like it. Though, I know what it's an opposite of. It's supposed to be an opposite of Omnimon Merciful Mode. Because Chaosmon himself is supposed to be a chaotic version of Omnimon. What do you mean it's the only version you like? You're dead to me. You're telling me you don't like, Zwart Defeat? You're telling me you don't like Original? You're telling me you don't like X? You are dead. And I actually don't particularly like Merciful Mode unless it's the card art. The card art one is beautiful. I watched the movie that it was from, and I didn't particularly care for it. Well, you know what? I think you're boring about that. I love Omnimon. He's just a good design. Solid. He's cool, because he's got a dart cannon. He can shoot missiles. It's a giant fucking fire sword. We're getting close before, so that I can leave. It's 600. Hmm. Do 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 do. I did like. I do agree though. Like Omnimon was overused a lot in Digimon, especially like the last few years. And it's like we love him, but you're making us not love him. Like even Greymon was having that issue with how much they spammed him everywhere. I still love Agumon. He's a timeless design. Oops. I pressed the button twice. I can decrease that by 1. Original rookies will always be Tentamon and Patamon. I love me my Patamon, Gabumon, and Agumon. I think that like Tentamon and Gomamon, personality-wise, are the best though. I mean, technically in the digital world, they'd all been living around for like 20 years, 30 years before the main cast ever saw them. Yeah, because they're all programs. Come with their own personalities, though. I mean, can we say Puppetmon is an adult? He was a freaking mega level, but he acted like a child the entire time. Except for the fact that he had handguns. Boop 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 boop. Hmm. There's also something messed up about that. I remember in Fallout 4, like that was part of like one of the weirder things about our quote unquote sun, and we defeat the science people. They give us a robot version of our sun, but the problem with it is a robot and AI of our sun that will forever be 12 years old and never become older or change in appearance. And isn't it kind of messed up to make a robot like that that's forever a child? Like in a lot of ways, it's like it's almost like you're making a mentally disabled person who will always be disabled. Who? Also, we're on a rather weird subject if this is a raid. Galax raid? Uh, nice to see all of you. Good to meet all of you. We were talking about something very weird just now, though. Never mind. We're trying to get shiny Arceus and Brilliant Diamond. We're still quite a ways away, though. It's full odds, so I'm unlikely to get it within the first 2,000. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Whelan. What's up, guys? It took him 10,598 tries. That's a lot of tries, damn. That's also way over odds. The odds of this are 1 out of 4,096. He was more than double the odds. Doing that much. Yeah, odds are only odds. I loved Iron-Blooded Orphans. The second season had two of my favorite fights in anime of all time. Ooh. I'm still annoyed that the only thing we've gotten for IBO since the anime was the mobile game and nothing else. I mean, I guess other than the models, but I don't actually build the models. The only one that I would make is Barbatos Lupus Rex, but he doesn't have a good model still. Don't have the MG Barbatos dude, my most wanted kid right now? Really? I've seen it a couple times, at least at local stores. Whole bunch of high grades for it, though? I see. No, Fox, you also like IBO. I don't know. Bunch of high grades for it, though. At, this is like a local store near me that I go to sometimes. It actually has, like, not Sinanju. What was it called? It was the mobile armor from the end of Unicorn Gundam. It was like, it was really large. I took pictures of it sometime. I love seeing it every now and again. In the UK, I've never seen it in a walk-in store, and online it's overpriced. I see. I've seen quite a few different Gundam accessories in walk-in stores. I think the ones that I've seen lately, or the last ones I saw, were Gundam Seed Destiny ones, because it was around the time the Seed Destiny movie came out, which is also actually the last Gundam thing that I watched was Gundam Seed Destiny's movie. Before that, it was Witch from Mercury. Okay, see you later, Morrow. Massive red one? The mobile armor. Yeah, the mobile armor that, what was it called again? That the fake Char put his suit into. Wait, was it the Sinanju that went into it? I don't remember my names. Give me a sec. Sinanju. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's the mobile armor that Sinanju went into at the end of Unicorn Gundam. See, Destiny's getting a lot of kits, but they increased the prices of kits overall, so they are out of my budget now, sadly. Sinanju is the one, yeah. What was your top 3 favorite anime? Top 3? Oh, that's a tough one. I know what my top one is. My top one is Spice and Wolf. Top 2 is tough. Behind that. I can't think of anything. It would have to be like honestly, maybe Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, and then Mushishi. So, in that order, Spice and Wolf was my number 1, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood might be my number 2, and Mushishi is probably my number 3. Oh my god, Jade, don't talk about that anime. I still regret watching it to a degree. I still remember the ending. Like, he literally gives up, like, the hot cosplay goth girl just to spend, like, what was it, a week with his sister? Yeah, I watched it a long time ago. Like, back in... I don't actually remember when it came out. It's because I was watching every anime I could back in the day, because there weren't that many dubbed anime. My little sister can't be this cute. I don't remember what the acronym for it is. IBO? Oh, I love Steins Gate. It was a great one. Though, the problem with Steins Gate's anime is that the game is just better. But, like, I mean, some people don't like it, though, because people aren't into visual novels. In that case, the anime is better for them. To Your Eternity. Yeah, I watched that. It was really good, except for the second season. It was not as good. I disliked it. Like, at least, well, not completely, but I did not like it as much at all as the first season. But it was good. It was really freaking sad all the way up throughout the entire thing. Attack on Titan... Oraimo, that's the name. Thank you, Aku. Attack on Titan, I do like it. It's, like, really actiony, but I didn't like the plot swap. Like, to, where it just became Flesh Gundams. That's something that always irked me. And I wouldn't say the Pokemon anime is super good for me, even though I've watched most of it. Though the Darkrai movie was great. It's definitely not as good, but I wouldn't call it bad. Oh, yeah, I'm not calling it bad. It's just like the first season was like a 10. And then the second season for me was like a 7. It was okay. It was, I mean, it was good. It was good. Do you see or heard of Digimon? Yes, I have played Digimon, and I stream it quite often. Well, no, actually not quite often. I haven't streamed it a bit. But yeah, I play Digimon. Don't I have Digimon, like, right on my front page of my Switch? Not Digimon? Okay, not Digimon. Anything but that. I love Digimon, though. I love Pokemon and Digimon. They're great. I think of them completely differently. Oh, bye, Galax. Yeah, I'm actually... funnily enough, the stream is actually gonna end in, like, another 2 more encounters. I was only trying to get to 600 today. Fake? It's not even a fake. Or at least... if you like Metagross? Yeah, I like Metagross. I love him. I got a shiny one back from the Omega Ruby event. The thing is, my problem with Digimon is that it was never a clone of Pokemon. The whole point of Digimon is that it was a clone of Tamagotchi. It was supposed to be for men, or, well, guys. Oh, thanks, Jade. My favorite Digimon? Metal Garurumon X. And Alphamon. It's about the same. I love them both so much. Metal Garurumon X is so freaking cool. But I love Alphamon. Especially the Alphamon from Cyber Sleuth for obvious reasons. Couldn't get that? And icing on the cake, my parents sold my 3DS because I didn't have any game? Do they not know that they were free to play games on there still? Like the Pokemon Rumble games? Oh, thank you, Fox. Thank you, Tactical Turd. I was gonna buy Omega Ruby too. I see. Omega Ruby is my favorite 3DS game, at least. Though it's like a hard toss-up between that and White 2. Because I love the White 2 pixels and stuff. It felt like the last true pixel game. Found out that the second season of Apothecary Diaries is starting. Oh yeah, I'd heard about that too, Haku. Apothecary Diaries, second season. Coming out soon. Because I remember I remember you sent me that video about Garnt and his mom being addicted to it. Favorite is the Veemon line. Like, it's kind of funny that, like, 3 members of the Veemon line are all, like, related to the Royal Knights. Paladin Mode is the founder, and then Magnamon and Ulforce Feedermon are the members. They sold it for £10. It's worth at least 110. Just £10? Wow, that's a steal. I wanted X and Omega Ruby. Wow, Jade, it's almost like we had the same game choices, because I chose X and Omega Ruby. Though I chose Moon over Sun. I liked the way Lunala looked more than Solgaleo. Ooh. It took 6 hours to do 300 encounters with Arceus. Jesus. Whew. Okay, sadly, that is the end of the stream. Ooh. I gotta go eat food and do other things now. But I thank all of you for coming and watching. It was nice talking with you guys at the end. You all have wonderful day, nights, and be safe. Catch you guys later.